What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here. And today we're going to be talking about vote poop no matter who. Now, before we get started, just going to give a fair warning. Warning: if you are vote blue no matter who, your butt is about to hurt. Nobody is going to kiss the Democrat Party's ass for you. If you don't like it, you can always go kick rocks. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, we can get started. But yeah, we're talking about butthurt blue no matter who today because, quite frankly, they're a house divided. But let me get my notes together here, and here's what I'm talking about today. For the past 4 years, well, really for the last 8 years, Democrats have shoved bullshit down our throats. Hence the term vote poop no matter who. Well, first it started with Hillary Clinton, but then 4 years ago they shoved Joe Biden down our throats. And they screwed Bernie Sanders over again to elect Joe Biden. Then they neutered him. And now he kisses Joe Biden's ass. Say what you want, it's the truth. Uh, I wanted Bernie Sanders to get it in 2016, 2020, and 2022. The Democrats defeated him both times, and now he's neutered. I said what I said. 2 years ago, before this election cycle even started, they had a they let a linebacker with lipstick named Simone Sanders tell us Joe Biden gonna be yummy. They didn't have a proper primary. They didn't even have debates. They didn't even have debates. And they put, in my opinion, they pushed a dementia patient. Oh, and they also pushed Project 2025. Speaking of which, if there's any butthurt blues in the crowd, and you want to whine about Project 2025, the link to Project 2025 is in the description. Read all 900 plus pages of it before you come up here talking shit. If you haven't read it, shut the fuck up. Because that's not the Republicans' plan anyway. Now, Trump's plan is, according to his website, Agenda 47. That is also in the description. Read that too. If you're going to attack Donald Trump, attack him on the plan. Attack him on what he said he's going to do. Actually going to do. And he's also denounced Project 2025. So, also, they spent all this time shoving poop down our throats. But now, guess what happened yesterday, folks? Yesterday, the news came out. Joe Biden has the Rona. No, that's not a misprint. You heard me correctly. Joe Biden has the Rona. You know that virus that they made us wear a mask for? He has the Rona. So, because now that he's had the Rona, to say that knives are out is just an understatement. The knives are out doesn't even describe it. They have now literally started stabbing Caesar. Don't believe me? Not some, but all Democrat leadership in Congress and the Senate have called on Joe Biden to step down, including a former president named Barack Obama, have called for President Joe Biden to step down. And the rumor is he's going to be stepping down by the weekend. But I want y'all to stop and think about this for a minute. And I'll let you up in a minute, Snowman, if you want to come up. They spent the last 4 years telling us poop. Joe Biden was was a transformational president. He was the best president since FDR. And what have we gotten? High gas prices, high food prices, high rent prices. But you know, you listen to Butthurt Blues like the Black Brain Trust. He's passed historic legislation, the CHIPS Act. Now, to be fair, the CHIPS Act is important, but it's not historic legislation. He's passed historic legislation with the so-called watered down Build Back Better Act. That's supposed to be historic legislation. But if you ask me, all they've sold us is poop. Don't believe me? Let me share my screen. Let's see. Present, share screen. And we're going to give me 1 second. Make sure I have it pulled up correctly. Give me 1 second here, folks. Yeah. But I'm going to show you when I say poop, you're gonna see where the poop's coming from. All right, let's go to playlist, and yep. You don't believe the Democrat Party sold us poop? Well, let's have a look. You don't believe the Democrat Party sells poop? Oops, sorry.
Get your booty to the pole, 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 yeah.
Did we get your attention? Good.
So, you're really not gonna vote? You know it's more than just the president on the ballot, right? Check it.
A district attorney decides who to prosecute,
including whether or not to go after dirty cops.
Do you know who elects the DA? We do, but you don't want to vote.
Can't make it rain if you locked up on some bullshit.
Oh, you don't believe they're selling you poop, huh? They literally selling y'all booty. Get your booty to the pole. Allegedly. But we're supposed to sit up here and pretend Democrats aren't selling us poop, huh?
Want trades and coding taught in our schools? Then vote for the school boards that will prepare us for the job market. Want to end cash bail?
Well, then vote for the sheriffs and county officials that feel the same way you do.
But you talking about...
Another example. You don't believe the Democrats are selling us poop?
Yeah. Trade checks, I think we got one.
It's voting season, bruh.
No voting, no loving. No voting, no touching. No voting, no nothing. No voting, no fucking, no voting, no fucking. No voting, no loving. No voting, no touching. No voting, no nothing. No voting, no fucking, no voting, no fucking. BLK app looking.
Oh, one more thing. Fair use.
For some action. Why the homie Scott was heavy. Face is a 9, abs a 10, D is a to be determined. He got mad jokes, he don't seem broke. The only red flag, he said he don't vote. This midterms for all the single cute. Wanna hit this booty, gotta do your civic duty. No voting, no loving. No voting, no touching. No voting, no nothing. No.
Seriously, Who the hell wants to touch that? Serious question. Who the hell? Who press 1 in the chat if you want to touch that. Press 2 in the chat if you think, oh, hell no. But you know, we're supposed to pretend the Democrats aren't selling us poop. No. No, it is not Master Fact Talk. That may actually be more fun. But no, I gotta cover these sorry ass Democrats, unfortunately. But you don't think you're being sold poop? Okay. You still don't think you don't be sold poop? Okay. Let's go to something that a lot of people have forgotten about, but I haven't. Let's go to one of the biggest Democrat ass kissers, Roland Martin.
All right. That is it for us. I do got to ask you, do you know how to wobble?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you know how to wobble?
I don't.
You know how to wobble? You just lost the black vote right there.
Yeah.
Karen, the black folks in your staff will teach you how to do the wobble. Trust me.
Can you show me how you do it?
Oh, I can show you how to do it. You're going to pick up some votes, trust me.
But I got to see it in order to know it.
Hello, you need some music. I don't really need the music, but I'm just saying.
Okay, who could show me? Come on, don't be shy.
I told y'all Black Network, we do a little bit different.
Well, you raised it. Now don't leave me hanging out here.
You put my iPod on. I got music.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, plug this up right now. Y'all know I put it on now. Secretary Clinton, it's a pleasure. Thank you so very much. Claflin, thanks you as well. Round of applause, please. Democratic presidential candidate.
Thank you, Roland.
Secretary Hillary Clinton. That's how I told y'all need the music. Don't let the ascot fool you.
Yeah,
joining us from Milwaukee.
In other words, he doesn't need the music to butt dance for Hillary Clinton. But I want to skip this video and go to the last video because the last video is probably a little bit more important. If you don't think it's real that they're asking Joe Biden to drop out, check out this report from Crystal Ball.
All right, guys, have a whole lot of breaking news for you with regards to the Biden campaign death watch. Things seem to be moving very quickly, which is why I wanted to get this video out for you this evening. I'm just going to go through for you all of the latest reporting that we have. But the TLDR is bunch of sources, bunch of networks saying that he could be dropping out of the race as early as the next few days. Cautionary note, none of this is final. None of this is saying it's completely determinative, but you add this to some of the things we reported in the show today about Schumer, Pelosi, Jeffries. Now we have new reporting about Obama, all making aggressive moves against Biden, fundraising, all but drying up, and he himself opening the door to a potential exit. And it sure is starting to look like the writing is on the wall. So let me go ahead and put this first report. This really broke things open earlier today from Axios. The headline here, behind the curtain, top Dems now believe Biden will exit. Let me read you a decent bit of this report so you can hear everything they're saying here, the way they're phrasing it, and all of that. They say several top Democrats privately tell us the rising pressure of party congressional leaders and close friends will persuade President Biden to decide to drop out of the presidential race as soon as this weekend. So they go on to talk about how the 81-year-old president is now self-isolating. Privately, he is resigned to mounting pressure, bad polls, and untenable scrutiny, making it impossible to continue his campaign, the Democrats tell us. The private message distilled to its bluntest form. The top leaders of his party, his friends, and key donors believe he cannot win, can't change public perceptions of his age and acuity, and can't deliver congressional majorities. The president is being told that if he stays in, Former President Trump could win in a landslide and wipe away Biden's legacy and Democrats' hopes in November. They go on to say the pressure to step aside has been rising to intolerable levels, especially over the past few days. Democrats fully expect polls after the RNC to show a possible blowout that could bring down Democrats in Congress too. And the way that it is being framed as his choice is to be one of his.
So, because Joe Biden got the Rona, the knives are out. And everybody's asking for him to drop out now. But you listen to certain people in this sector, people like Mike V. Trump's not a feasible option, so maybe we just need to kiss the Democrat Party's ass and vote blue no matter who. That's not what he says directly, but that's pretty much where it lands. But my question is, why the hell should we vote for a house that's divided? Now, don't get me wrong. If you don't want to vote for Trump, that's perfectly fine. You have the choice of the couch, or you can just stay at home. But it's not looking good for the Democrat Party. And it also doesn't help that there are clowns like this running around. For those of you who don't know who this clown is Destiny. He's not on the right. He's on the left. As BGS calls him, he's a twink who allegedly let his ex-wife get banged out by other dudes. In other words, he's a cuck. He went online recently and said that if you get shot at a Trump rally, he'll laugh at you. In other words, this clown laughed at that firefighter that got killed during Trump's assassination attempt. This is the kind of poop the left is selling us now, but they want to shame black folk into blindly voting for these motherfuckers. This is the kind of poop the left is selling now. Now, naturally, he's been canceled on Twitter, some other platform called Kick, and he's being canceled everywhere because he has no. He thinks it's okay if you get shot at a Trump rally. Go figure. But yeah, all your Democrat leaders have came out and said Joe Biden needs to step down after spending 2 years shoving Joe Biden down our throats. But we're supposed to blindly kiss the Democrat Party's ass and give them our vote. We're supposed to blindly kiss their ass and give them our vote. My question is, why? Why should we give them our vote? Now, links in the chat. If there are any butthurt blues in the crowd, they want to come up and challenge me over. Hey, links in the chat. Or if anybody else want to come up, the links in the chat. But yeah, the news is now that Joe Biden is looking to drop out. And as you heard from Crystal, he might drop out by the weekend. But I guarantee you, knuckleheads like Roland Martin are still going to go around. B, you better shut up and vote, B, shut up and vote, B. Shut up and vote for what? Vote for a dementia patient? Vote for somebody who has to be led around by the nose? That's what we're voting for? As I said, At this point, they want us to vote poop no matter who. Vote for whatever poop they throw up. And let's say Biden does step down. Who are they going to replace him with? What, this? Yeah, vote poop, vote poop no matter who. That's your leader, Chuck Schumer. You got Hakeem Jeffries, and you got the old guard, Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, why should we vote poop no matter who? I'm asking a question. By the way, I got another graphic for you. Let me just give me a second here. Where's that? Yeah, why should we vote poop no matter who? What have Democrats done in the last 4 years that should make us go vote for them? Why should we vote poop for a party that's divided? Why should we vote poop for a Democrat party that's divided? I'm just saying. All Democrats dish out as poop, and I'm asking the question: why should we vote for a party that sells us shit? Why should we vote for a poopy party that's divided? As Art Newstall said, I'm asking for a friend. Why should we vote poop no matter who? Why should we? And no, I'm not saying poop no matter who because I think Joe Biden has dirty diapers. I'm saying poop no matter who because all they've sold us over the last 8 years is poop. So why should we vote poop no matter who? Why should we? As Art Newstall said, I'm just asking for a friend. Just asking for a friend. Why should we vote poop no matter who? Serious question. By the way, if you're just coming in, like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show. Always remember, Cash Apps come directly to me. Support AB Media 83. But yeah, why should we vote poop no matter who? Why should we give these dumb motherfuckers our vote? Why should we vote poop? Hey, what's going on, Lewis? Ask you the question. Why should we vote? I'm literally asking the question, Lewis. Why should we vote poop no matter who? Why should we vote for? Why should we vote for Democrats when they're already when all of Democrat leadership is asking Joe Biden to step down right now? All of Democrat leadership, including Barack Obama, is asking Joe Biden to step down right now, and the rumor is Joe Biden's going to be stepping down by the weekend. Why should we vote poop no matter who? Okay, let me read that. All right, let's see here. I don't like that JD Vance said Biden supported NAFTA, but in reality, NAFTA was negotiated by Reagan and signed by Bush. I don't trust people who manipulate distract the truth. Okay. I got smoke for Republican too. Yeah. And not just NAFTA. Reagan's the one that started stuff on the crime bill. and Biden helped them pass that through. And actually, to your point, that's one of the reasons why I'm not necessarily worried about 2025. If 2025 has any chance of passing, based on history, we all know Democrats like Joe Biden are going to help them do it. Just like they did with NAFTA. And yes, exactly. Bill Clinton's the one that signed NAFTA to begin with. That's true. Just like with NAFTA and getting rid of Glass-Steagall. The bank regulation, getting rid of the banking regulations that, caused the 2008 crash. So, for all y'all that's worried about the so-called Project 2025, don't worry. If it's a serious threat, Democrats will help them pass it. And remember, Project 2025 was written by the Heritage Foundation. The same people that wrote the Obamacare, that's Obama's so-called legacy. Nobody want to talk about that. No, NAFTA was signed by Bill Clinton. Let's see who we have coming up. Hey, what's going on, Lewis?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, have a little fun here. But I think
I heard that too. Joe Biden might step down by the weekend.
Oh, it's getting ugly. To say the knives are out is just an understatement. At this point, they're stabbing Caesars.
But you know what? You got Joe Biden supposedly has COVID.
Yep.
What I think is going to happen, hear me out.
Okay.
Biden's going to get damaged because he's old from this COVID. He's going to step down as president. They're going to let Kamala be. They're going to let Kamala be president for the next few months. And I forgot who said it. I think it was Gerald Ford. I might be wrong what he said.
It was Gerald Ford. You're right.
Would tolerate a female president. They're going to let her be president for a few months. Because if they have Joe Biden, step aside and put new people in, that's going to cause a major ruckus in the Democrat. And that might be the death blow for the Democratic Party. Because look, to this day, the Democratic Party didn't get over with them screwing over Bernie Sanders at the convention.
Yep.
They're going to say, look, Kamala, you're going to be president for the next few months. And whoever we pick as the running mate, that's who it's going to be.
Yeah, this is going to be a clusterfuck in the next few months.
I mean, even Steven Spielberg can't even write a better script than this shit that's going on.
Yeah, you can't make this shit up. It's my understanding the Republican Party, and to the degree I don't blame them, they're refusing to have a vice presidential debate before the Democrats' convention in August. Between J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris or whoever the vice president's going to be, after this weekend, allegedly.
But Kamala will be president. I got a feeling about that.
That is going to be interesting to see.
Hey, for a few months, you have a female president.
Yeah.
That's Caribbean Indian, a woman of color. Hey.
Yeah. Make a little progress. But yeah, man. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse for the Democrats, this crap comes up.
Well, the Democratic Party did to themselves.
Yeah. They really did. They they shoved what they thought was right down everybody's throat, and Now they made their bed, and now they're gonna lie in it. They can't blame nobody else. They can't blame Bernie Bros. They, as I stated earlier, they practically neutered Bernie Sanders.
Now, did you listen to what Roland Martin said today?
No, I didn't. What did he say today?
Well, he was going off on the Democratic Party, and his conspiracy theory I kind of agree with. They want Joe Biden to step down, so it's not about Joe Biden. It's about Kamala Harris. They don't want Kamala Harris to be the running mate. I mean, to be on the ticket. And they had a problem with Kamala Harris for a long time. Do you remember, like a year and a half ago, where it was supposedly some bullshit where Biden and Kamala Harris wasn't getting along, and they were trying to convince Joe Biden to drop Kamala Harris? Do you remember that?
Yeah, vaguely. Yeah, maybe like a couple years ago or something.
It's not about Joe Biden; it's about Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
And my thing is this:
I do vaguely remember that. Go ahead.
And if you're good enough to be number 2, you should be good enough to be number 1 in case something happens.
Right.
And like I said, and this is the problem where, let's just say, I don't know, if Kamala's not qualified to be president, you should have never put her on a ticket in the first place.
Agreed.
But you put her on to get black women and women in general to vote for you. So if this woman is not qualified, I don't know, because I'm not privy to that information. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Right.
If this woman is not qualified to be commander-in-chief, she should have never been chosen as the vice presidential candidate.
Agreed.
And that goes for anybody. That goes for everybody. If you're not qualified to be number 1, that's what you choose number 2 for, just in case something happens to number 1.
And let me just set the record straight. I'm not getting on Kamala because she's a black woman or whatever she claims herself to be. I'm getting on Kamala because, based on what she showed me, she's incompetent. If it was a black man, I may be going even harder. I would probably be going even harder. So this has nothing to do with Kamala being a black woman. That's irrelevant at this point.
And really, the only 2 women I could see that is qualified to be president is Nancy Pelosi and Condoleezza Rice. That's it.
To be fair, a younger version of Nancy Pelosi, not this current version.
Yes, because she's 82. Exact, but those are
and I watched her in the interview. She's not all there. But to be fair, maybe in her younger days she would be qualified. Now, it's kind of the same range as Biden. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, she's older than Biden. But yeah, that's what it looks like it's going to be. It's going to be Donald Trump 2024 unless something else crazy happens, which is totally possible. But as it looks like for right now, from all the reporting I've seen, Joe Biden's going to be dropping out by the weekend. And this is uncharted territory. And Kamala Harris might be your president after the weekend. These are some scary times.
And supposedly President Xi suffered a stroke. I'm still researching that.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes. Ugh. This really is a fucked up election cycle. By the way, I heard before I came on air, I heard Lou Dobbs passed away today.
Lou Dobbs?
Yes.
God damn, everybody died.
I know, right?
2 weeks.
Richard Simmons was bad enough, but then I was poking around because Charles was talking and said Lou Dobbs passed away today.
Wow. And Lou Dobbs is one of the very few journalists that I respected on TV, for the most part, because he called shit like it was.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I didn't always care for him, but yeah, he passed away today. Let me see how old he was. Let's see. Lou Dobbs. Let's see. But yeah, he passed away today, man. I couldn't believe it. Look at his Wikipedia. Let's see. He's almost 80. No, wait a minute. 1945. Yeah, 1945 to today. 2024. He's about 79.
Now, let me ask you something. What do you think about J.D. Vance being as Trump's VP?
Trump's vice president. I think he can help him in the Midwest because J.D. Vance is from Ohio.
And he's young.
And which brings me to my next point to a degree. I think he can help with the youth vote. J.D. Vance is younger than me.
But now this is going to be interesting. Mm-hmm. All right, he's young. He's 39. And Trump is no spring chicken.
Right.
And anything can happen in 4 years. Now I'm very interested in what Trump does with his cabinet. Because what was the last very young VP? And what was that, Dan Quayle?
Yes, I believe it's Dan Quayle.
And 41 had a very strong fucking cabinet behind them. So I'm wondering if the system is going to recommend these people to be on Trump's cabinet, or is ego going to get in the way? So
time will tell.
Because he fucked up. I think one of Trump's fatal mistakes last time was that he let what's the one that just got sentenced to 4 months in jail? Steve Bannon and them.
Yeah.
He let Bannon convince him to get rid of Mattis and Kelly. And Mattis and Kelly was keeping Trump out of a lot of trouble. Yeah.
Time will tell this next time around. If I'm not mistaken, Bannon's in jail now, right?
Yeah, he's doing his sentence in federal prison. His 4 months or whatever it is.
Speaking of which,
contempt of Congress.
Yeah, speaking of convicted felons, Democrat Senator Bob Menendez was found guilty.
Yeah, from my state.
For what was it like 4? I forget the name. What was the name of that charge? 4 and something.
Yeah, because with Egypt giving him gold bars, buying his wife a Mercedes Benz, they got caught with a ton of money in his house and gold bars and all that stuff. Giving them money for favors.
Oh, typical politician stuff. Okay.
Yeah, what they do.
But yeah, the news has been crazy. But yeah, I think J.D. Vance was a good pick. Now there's some black people going around. If I'm not mistaken, Trump is speaking now at the Republican convention. I'll watch that later. But a lot of people are going around making fun of Tim Scott and Brian Donalds because Trump didn't pick them. And it is what it is. I don't think Tim Scott would have been a good fit anyway.
Well, Tim Scott is not presidential.
Right. And
he could be good. He could have a cabinet position or something. Yeah, I could see that.
Right.
But being president, he's not. He doesn't.
He doesn't have the look and doesn't have the demeanor or the wife.
Yeah, he's very passive, and he got a lot of feminine energy in him.
I keep telling people, Lewis,
very docile. He's very docile.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get into that. Nothing Tim Scott does surprises me. You want to know why? All you have to do is go look up who he replaced. A senator by the name of Jim DeMint. That's all you have to do. Look who he replaced, and you'll understand why Tim Scott is the way he is. Nothing he does surprises me.
Okay.
Just look at Jim DeMint's face, and it'll say it all.
All right.
In fact, let me pull him up. Let's see. Jim. Let me see if I get a good picture of him. Yeah, this will do. Let's see. Save. Call this Jim D. And let's upload this, and I'll show you a picture of Jim DeMint. By the way, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show. All right. Let's upload an overlay, and we're going to go down to... Here we go. Wait for that to upload. Here we go.
How's your computer working out?
Pretty good. That's who that's who Tim Scott replaced.
Oh wow.
And if I'm not mistaken, Jim DeMint retired from the Senate to go work at the Heritage Foundation, ironically.
Okay.
So that's the kind of guy that Tim Scott replaced. So nothing Tim Scott does surprises me. You know, he's a token. It is what it is. Is he the worst token I've ever seen? No, not really. But he's a token.
He's the Republican version of Clyburn.
Pretty much, yeah. To be fair, I think Clyburn's a little bit more of a token than Tim Scott is. Every time I look at Clyburn, I feel like I'm watching an old slave. We knows Master Joe. We knows Joe, and Joe knows us. I feel like I'm listening to Stephen every time I listen to Jim Clyburn. But yeah.
So is Trump speaking?
He's supposed to be speaking. Let me see if I can find it live. I might.
Yeah, pull that shit up.
Let's see. Donald Trump convention speech. All right, let's see. Okay. Apparently, Kid Rock's on now, so.
Oh God.
So I don't know when I don't know if it's before or after Trump. I'm trying to look. Yeah, I don't think Trump's got on yet, so I'll wait for Kid Rock to get done. Maybe he'll go on next. But yeah. Oh, by the way, shout out to you for that Trump hat, man.
Oh, well, it was a brother that was in front of the store selling them. So I said, let me support them, and I get to troll people.
Yeah.
So I gotta get me a blind wig, and I'm gonna put a Band-Aid on my ear. So
oh, God. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the Band-Aid. Yeah, that's
yeah,
where he got shot at.
Yeah, like that was my little prop. What me and Bay was doing on our stuff on our channel.
Yeah, those were some crazy clips, though, man. Yeah, that's Kid Rock's performing right now. But as soon as Trump come up, I'll share it, folks, and we can watch Trump's speech together. And don't look. Oh, by the way, don't worry, Lewis. I already got something for the Butthurt Blues here. Let's see, where is it at?
Did you like those videos we were playing? Oh my God.
So as you can see, my computer's working perfectly fine. But
oh, nice.
This is a warning for all the Butthurt Blues that might be in the crowd. Warning: if you vote blue, no matter who, your butt is about to hurt. Nobody's going to kiss the Democrat Party's ass for you. If you don't like it, you can always go kick rocks.
True. Now you gotta get a donkey crying, a picture of a donkey crying.
Yeah, I might have to create that, but I can do that now. Yeah, he's still going down. But to the Republicans' credit, at least they're making it entertaining.
Well, all they got to do is not fuck up.
Yeah.
I mean, Biden is just giving them nothing but material for the past 4 years. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing but
and now, like, God forbid, a video comes out with Trump with an underage boy or something, or something with Trump doing something very dubious. It's his election to lose. So
yeah, pretty much.
And it's practically handed to him now. If Biden steps down, I think they're gonna. I have a feeling either it's gonna be a Gavin Newsom Whitmer ticket.
Gavin Newsom Whitmer, okay. Oh, you think they're gonna kick? You think they might kick
now,
Kamala
the
out?
Democratic Party got a lot of problems too.
True.
Do you listen to the Young Turks?
No, after they sold out, they kind of turned me off.
Well, it's a schism in the Democratic Party where, it's the same old corporate Democrats, and there's really no one pushing progressive values.
Right.
And like I said, it ever since they screwed over Bernie in favor for Hillary, they haven't recovered. So I'm just curious. This is going to be an interesting 48 to 72 hours, so to say.
Oh yeah. Let's see where they at. It looks like Kid Rock's done, so we'll go ahead and present full screen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know, a man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth, because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, "Government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives." And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity.
AB.
Yep.
So it happened?
Oh, snap.
My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon to be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Here we go.
Might want to turn the volume down.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky star in here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas.
Got some WWE entrance style. Okay.
Like I said, they're making it entertaining. I got to give them credit.
Every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Okay, good.
A 7.4 earthquake just hit Chile.
Wow.
Next to you and defend her still today. But there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
There we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful soul. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you.
Interesting.
Thank you very much.
I guess that bullet that went by took a lot of that braggadocious out of him.
Yeah, they said he rewrote his speech.
Thank you very much. And we will do it right. Gonna do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
You ain't the goddamn story.
Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd
We
was
know that.
cheering wildly.
What the
Everybody
fuck?
was happy. I began speaking.
It was a really
very
big, it was a fast bullet. It went real fast.
Happily. Because I was discussing
Yeah, I know.
the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it.
What the fuck? We all know
Behind
that.
me,
Typical Trump, though.
and to the right,
Yeah.
was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing.
Because I'm
In
amazing.
order to see the chart, I
And you're
started
amazing.
to, like
Yeah,
this,
pretty much.
turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound
It was a
and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place.
because the bullet hit my ear.
I knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage.
Go ahead and change the title of this.
These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that.
He pulled the strings of the evangelicals.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
I know some of the evangelicals.
I'm waiting for him to pull out a Bible.
Uh-huh.
The amazing thing
Hope he won't
is
put it
that
out
prior
upside
to the
down. I'm just
shot,
saying.
if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits for stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually, most did,
The
that
blood.
I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood.
The blood.
And there's an
Real warm
interesting
blood.
statistic.
It's
The
wet.
ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out.
The assassin was a baby, too. It's only 20 years old.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
You can say the evangelical heartstrings.
In watching the reports Over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight."
That picture is going to go down in infamy.
Yeah.
Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air, you've all seen that, the crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded, two other great warriors, spoke to them today, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was
It's my understanding his wife won't meet with the president.
Wife Helen.
Oh yeah, she turned down the phone call from Biden.
And two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
You gonna bring out the family member?
I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million. For the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other two. By the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey.
This is honestly more heartwarming than I ever thought it would be.
There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mm-hmm.
And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman?
It's going to be interesting to see how the Butthurt
But it
Blues respond to
captivated
this
so
speech.
many. So I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron.
Barron's a tall kid. He's like 6'9".
And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called, he's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great. And I just want to thank her and him and their whole family because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part because, Kid does his great song, big, big monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy.
The Hulk, they got the Hulkster at the Republican National Convention. Okay.
They may call it, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great...
What if BGS said people of color, huh?
Vice President, he's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with his movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, JD, you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride.
Yeah, Louis, you got two coming in?
And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that.
Watch, somebody will clip that.
Well, yeah.
I see it coming now. Somebody gonna clip that. I will buy your vote.
I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're gonna make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or
I'm
Hispanic.
about to hop down. I got to finish cleaning up, all right?
Of loyalty
all right.
and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has
For
never
those
seen
of you just
before.
coming in, we
were
are
right there in
watching
the first term.
President Trump's
We got hit with COVID. We did a
convention
great job.
speech.
Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia or Europe or someplace, or if you have no money, going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families.
Very true.
And crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know.
Sorry about that. Give me 1 second.
Wall is already built, and we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran,
Donald Trump's convention speech.
Let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the
Election
cash app,
result,
support
we're
the
never gonna
show.
let that happen
Hit the
again.
super chat,
They
support
used
the show.
COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. I'm only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense.
Be sure to like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app,
under my
support the show.
presidency,
Hit the
we
super
had
chat,
the most
support the
secure
show.
border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world.
You want to
have
come
never
up, the
done
link's in the
anything
chat.
like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The Black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our Black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago.
Oh, but if you listen to some people, our economy is doing great, right?
We will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, oh, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a convention, first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love, it's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration. Groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. Can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watched and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless Green New Scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day 1. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country, no tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately.
Those of you just coming in, like, share, subscribe.
Union and non-union should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast.
For those of you just coming in, like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show.
Auto plants anywhere in the world, think of it, in the world, we're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips.
I didn't know they tapped tips, but okay.
I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find them? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money. It's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back. And I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America. And we're going to do that on day one.
Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show.
That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it. And by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. And if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? but you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. The press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela. Really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by very powerful, tough leaders, tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently, they were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. True. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing.
Well, you learn.
We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster. Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly. So we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one. So they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an iron dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say you're the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately.
Amen. Amen.
And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin. They go to look at the Washington Monument. They end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do. But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God.
True. Very
We
true.
have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach. And that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice,
Yep, he's still talking.
And so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. It's going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before.
We are watching the former president of the United States give his.
Quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, you heard the President of the United States. That was President Donald Trump acceptance speech for the Republican nomination. And to answer this comment right here, AI is here, and it's been here for quite some time. In fact, ChatGPT 4 was just a baby. So AI is already here, and it's going to be here to stay, whether you like it or not. But you heard the former president of the United States. And I would say we have to wait for Joe Biden's speech, but we don't even know if Joe Biden's going to make that speech because all the reports say he's going to drop out by the weekend. So we don't even know who's going to be making accepting the nomination for the Democrat Party next month in August. Because, well, according to all the reports that are coming out, Biden's supposed to be dropping out by the end of the weekend. So, let's see, who is that? Oh, hey, what's going on?
Hey, it's over.
Pretty much, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was an hour and a half speech. It was a pretty good speech for an hour and a half. I mean, It wasn't boring.
It was actually a little bit more heartwarming than I thought I would get out of Trump.
Yeah, and man, Democrats, man.
Yeah. I was going, and like I said, Passport OG, I was going to say, we'll see what Biden does during this week, but we don't even know if he's going to be the nominee by the end of the weekend.
Do they have anyone making a rebuttal tonight? They should. Who would do it?
I don't know. Don't make it be Biden. Don't do that to the old man. He got enough problems.
MSNBC is MSNBC showing anything right now?
I don't know.
Wonder if they got anything.
I don't know. I was going off the Associated Press, but I haven't looked on the MSNBC train. I'm sure
Rachel Maddow's going to blow a gasket tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure Baldhead Reed will say something stupid in the next few days. But yeah,
yeah. They. Mm-mm. I mean, it's not, if you run a primary, you could at least say, "This is the next guy up,"
right.
and
He didn't even run a
we
primary.
have someone to kind of compare against them, but they don't have anybody. So it's almost like it's just a layup for Trump. Like, don't mess up. I mean,
And
I
he
don't even
didn't
know
mess
how
up.
he can mess up. How can he?
Not to mention, Joe Biden's alleged number 2 is Kamala Harris.
Well, I mean that's not. I mean, man. I mean, I am just flabbergasted at how the Democrats just look so unprepared. How could the other party be so just unprepared for an election? It's wild. Like,
yeah.
and you know that even in the Republican Party, there's a large group of people that just they don't rock with Trump. Okay, fine, but
Fine. Yeah.
if you're looking at the other side and saying, well, who do you have for us? Like, we don't even. we don't, oh my God! What a royal screw up, man! That I I mean, they
You
don't
know,
have a Bob. They don't have a Mike Dukakis. They don't have a what's his name that lost in 2000? Al Gore. They don't have anybody.
nope. I told people earlier I was rooting for Bernie in 16 and 20, and they screwed him over both times, and then they neutered him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, heck, at least you could have Bernie Sanders come out and say, "This is why we can't stand for Trump. This is why we all need to get behind A. Who is A? Who is that? They don't have anybody. I mean, man, oh man, it's going to be an interesting election because I think Trump's going to win the popular vote. I think he's going to win it. I
Yeah,
think
there's
that
a
Trump is
strong
going to win
possibility he can win the popular vote.
He's going to win the popular vote, and he's going to win this election. I mean, he might get 300, dude. Like, he might
300.
get.
The way the Democrats operate, he might get 400.
I mean, what states? He won't win California. He won't win New York. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, we know that. Yeah,
He gonna win Georgia. He
Mhm.
won Georgia. Georgia's done. He gonna win Arizona, Wisconsin. I mean, depends. Unless they got an ace up the sleeve, he might win Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Maybe Pennsylvania he loses, but I mean, I ain't never seen nothing like this.
Oh,
Man.
by the way, let me be clear for the record. I am not saying he can win these 2 states, but I've heard reports that actually New York and New Jersey are in play.
No. But you know
Now,
what?
let me be perfectly clear. Let me be perfectly clear.
But
I
you
will
know what,
believe he
though?
can win those seats. I will believe he can win those 2 states when I see it. But the fact that people are even reporting that those 2 states are in play tells you where this election's going.
Well, another thing that's going to be interesting is seeing about how much or little that the Democratic candidate wins California, because California is supposed to be like, generally speaking, they call that
dark,
like
dark
at
blue.
like
I don't
15%,
see
right?
Trump. Yeah.
But what's going to be interesting is seeing how long it takes for them to decide he won the state, because usually it's right like as soon as they forecast the state like 5, 9, 10, 15%, right?
Mhm.
But like if it goes like, you know, a 15 minutes, half hour, half hour, and they're like, you know, they're still making their double checks, it's just going to be a show that the Democrats really messed up. Like, they really messed up.
Yeah. Here's my new slogan for them. Richard came out with "Butt Her Blue," but here's my new slogan for them: vote poop no matter who.
Man, look, you heard Donald Trump talking about bringing back manufacturing jobs. Like,
Yep.
he talked about NASA.
Also, notice he talked about AI.
Mm-hmm.
For all the people that like, AI, like, nah, AI is here, and it like you need to be ready.
He talked about the no tips for the for the servers. Like, he look, man. If you are undecided, like, the Democrats will have to come in with somebody. I mean, at least interesting.
Yeah.
Because they don't even have that right now.
Also, I have to give the Republicans credit. This was entertaining.
AB.
This was entertaining. I didn't expect that from the Republican convention. This was entertaining.
When was the last time you sat through an hour and a half sermon and didn't nod off to sleep? Like an hour and a half, 92 minutes? He was genuinely interesting for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
It's over. It's over. It's over, man.
Especially after hearing Biden talk for 30 minutes. Good Lord.
Oh, and I remember when sorry about that, Siren. I remember when Trump caught COVID, and he made it a concerted effort to make sure that he showed everyone how strong he was.
Right.
I didn't get it then. Now I get it.
Oh yes.
Did you see that picture of Biden getting off the plane early today? You see that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, he looks like he didn't even know where he was.
I know this is going to hurt Blue's feelings, but this picture is going to go down in infamy right here.
Oh man, it's funny. I don't have that exact picture, but at my job I saw the newspaper. I had to take it. I had to steal it, bring it home.
Mm-hmm.
That one day, because yeah, man, that's a history that's a history photo op. It's gonna be in history books, dude. If you see that video of the president getting off, I don't think it was Air Force One. I think it was. Mm-hmm. He genuinely did not look like he did not know where he was. Like like he was kind of looked around, kind of like with like a blank face, and he started walking down the stairs like super slow. And,
yeah, give me one second. I'm gonna show you the TikTok I did. Let's see. No, this was that. Did you see that rally right after the debate where Jill Biden was talking to him?
Oh yeah, you did a really good job. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, let's see. Where is it at? What you talking about? Good job, Joe. You did such a good job. You answered all the questions. I'm like, is this a toddler or I mean?
I don't know how one party could be. We only have two viable
This
parties.
incompetent.
How could one party be? It's almost like they didn't know the election was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Like they should have at least at some point before the primary said, "Hey, listen, we got to know that you can do this 4 more years. We're putting you behind out here because you can't do it. We got to move with Plan B."
Yep.
But like your Plan A is. I mean, gosh. I mean, I'm not even that big of a whatever, but I mean, who else can you vote for?
Yep.
Answered every question. You knew all the Good job.
Can you tell the difference? That's the question.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. Good job. Clapping. This is clapping. Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. Good job.
I am so glad I'm
clapping.
This is clapping.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every.
Yeah.
It's Morning Joe. Did they? Is Morning Joe back on TV this week? Was it just?
Oh yeah, he was. Oh yeah, he was crying because they took because he's the only show that got taken off the air. He was crying like a motherfucker.
I gotta see what time it comes on. I gotta watch it. I gotta watch.
It comes on wee early in the morning. I don't have cable anymore, so whatever.
It should be streaming online somewhere. But I'm gonna binge MSNBC tomorrow. I gotta see Joy Reid. I gotta see all the people I used to watch when I was a big Democrat guy supporter. And I just want to see it. I want to see how they react to this when they don't have an answer. They don't have a reply to this.
Yeah. Now listen to that. Now, Pastor Proto G, listen to this delusion right here.
They're finally
this is what
admitting
delusion
to it,
sounds
and
like.
glorious. I have been saying for a while that a lot of these white men who are anxious in the Democratic Party and who keep hollering about replacing Joe Biden, like even the ones who were yelling that he shouldn't be the candidate, even though we have never not had the incumbent president as a candidate
Let it be
for a
Johnson.
major party in this country. Like, just anyway, what I'm saying is these of Kamala Harris, and this take makes it very clear. Hold on, let me get another one. This pretentious right here. Read this. It should be clear to you now that these men are not afraid of Joe Biden's age. They are afraid of Kamala Harris taking over in 2026, and then off of the success of these 2 terms, running for president in 2028, winning, and then running again in 2032, winning, because the Republican Party knows that they are broke as a joke because Donald Trump has siphoned all their money away, so they can't even really afford any more campaigns. And Kamala Harris would have a historic 10-year term, which is enough time, if we give her the Congress that she needs, is enough time to change our entire political system in this country. This is what they are afraid of. I'm going to say it again for the mentally delayed people out here. They are afraid of a Black and Indian woman being the person who fixes our country because it's...
She's not...
Yeah.
She can't be... AB, who's it? Who's the vice president? JD, what's his name?
JD Vance.
JD Vance. She couldn't beat him. She could not beat him in a presidential election.
By the way, shout out to the Republicans, because the Republicans are actually refusing to debate Kamala before the inauguration, and I don't blame her. Why would you waste it? Why would you waste it? Why would you waste it? We don't even know if she's going to be the vice president.
Well, why would you do anything that's going to help the Democrats when they keep making mistakes?
Exactly.
Like they don't have to do anything. All they have to do is run out the clock. They don't have to do anything. Like you're up 45-7, and you got the fourth quarter to play. All you got to do is just don't turn the ball over, run the clock out.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like, what demographic does Kamala Harris win? Which one? White women? No, I don't think so.
The AKA.
Women.
I mean, she can win women and as a whole, but white women? You think?
No. She'll win liberal women and rainbow. Liberal women and rainbow.
She'll win the AKAs. That's about it.
Lewis, have you ever seen a party this unprepared for a presidential election? Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, I told AB when the stream started, this honestly it was in the making since they screwed over Bernie Sanders.
That's a great point. Fantastic.
That is a great point.
And everything, like, you know how they say you reap what you sow. They planted the seeds back then, and this harvest is being reaped.
And you know what I told them back then in 2016? Y'all keep playing these games, you're gonna lose a generation. Apparently, I was wrong, because they're not just losing one generation; they're losing multiple generations. As y'all know, I go to a dialysis center, man. I'm talking to older people, and I'm talking to some of the older ladies like, fuck it, I'm not voting this year. I don't like either of them.
That's the problem right there. That's it right there.
You know, they had the potential to have everything in lock after when they elected Barack Obama. Yeah. You would have thought they would have stayed young, progressive people.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Exactly right. Yep.
But they fucked up with Hillary, and this is the byproduct of that. And I stand on it 10 toes down. This is the byproduct, because if you look at it, they never pushed up none of their young talent.
Yep.
And
exactly
right. when Bernie got fucked over, if I'm a young person, look what the establishment did to Bernie.
Yeah.
Why should I have the incentive to try to make a name for myself? Because the machine cut them down.
Mm-hmm. Sure
Look
did.
how well, not just look what they did to Bernie. Look how they neutered AOC.
No, look, when Queen Bee put AOC in her place, when Nancy Pelosi, the Queen Bee,
Mama Bear.
yeah, we
As they
call
call
it
her.
the Queen Bee.
Mm-hmm.
And when she put AOC in her place, you ain't hear nothing else from her. That old establishment.
I think
Establishment.
I think one of the problems that I wouldn't say it's a Washington problem as much as it is maybe a silent generation boomer problem is they don't understand the technology that we're in right now. They don't
Mm-hmm.
understand like they don't get that like I was telling AB about the clip of the president coming down the stairs this afternoon, right? And he's walking out of Air Force One and he looks like he doesn't know where he is. That's going to go viral on social media. Like you can't have that. You cannot let the press see that. Like that's got to be part of your whole campaign. Is no cameras here. We have a candidate that's older. Do
Right.
not turn on the cameras unless we say you can. Because if you're not containing that footage is winning or losing votes. They're not even aware of that. Trump gets it. Trump gets it. I'm on TV 100% of the time. It's a show. Let's go.
Yeah,
But
look, he admitted, Trump had admitted that he was very inspired by a lot of performances, like performative artists, and
Right. You heard him mention Billy Graham, and I've heard a lot of people that have been to Billy Graham's sermons that are really inspired by him.
That's
look, and look where he came from. He promoted like boxing, and he had got wrestling, and he was so enamored with the sport of wrestling. He had two WrestleManias back to back when he had the casinos in Atlantic City, and him and Vince McMahon was tight. So he learned a lot from him. This man was the main event in WrestleMania. Donald Trump. People forget to remember that if you're an old Gen X or wrestling fan. And he was a reality TV star. And when he got shot, he had that television awareness. Wait. Let me perform for the TV.
Exactly.
Well, the whole of the campaign is a reality television show, and Trump gets that. He understands that. Like, it's all a show. Like, everything that I do is going to go viral on social media. All of it.
Right.
Heck, ask Obama. He got it. Obama understood that. Like,
Obama understood social media.
Yes.
I mean, how could you run a candidate that doesn't in 2024? You don't have a candidate that unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
Well, you know what? You honestly, you know what it is? It's not Joe Biden's job to understand that. It's the people running his campaign.
That's right.
That should understand that.
Correct.
And that's an utter failure on the people that's supposed to be working for him.
Mm-hmm.
He was failed big time. His staff failed him.
Yep. Ground up.
Hold on, let me show y'all something. Give me a second. I gotta show y'all the Democrats pathetic, and I do mean utterly pathetic.
Did they have a response?
No.
Okay.
But they had. But what's this boy's name? Harry's his son. If you ain't heard of him, don't feel bad. But this is their so-called, and I do mean so-called Gen Z outreach on TikTok.
Oh gosh! Oh, don't.
Oh no! This needs to be seen just to be believed. And I'm sure this. Yeah, and I'm sure this jackass probably said something about Donald Trump's speech by now anyway. But let's see. Let's go to present.
Joe Biden probably eating some applesauce, watching reruns of fucking Hill Street Blues right now.
Man, he is asleep, dude.
But listen to this little boy.
RNC speech was so terrible that people in the crowd left early. I'm not joking.
No, they did wrong.
Oh, don't worry. Somebody will debunk this on TikTok tomorrow.
Yeah, those are MAGA supporters. Those are people who love Donald Trump. You can see that his face is still on the screen showing that he was still speaking, and they left early. He rambled for over an hour and 30 minutes. Honestly, I can't blame him. I can't blame them. I feel bad for anybody in that room who had to sit there for an hour and 30 minutes and listen to Donald Trump talk about abstinence.
By the way, I played some audio of this to BGS. He thought it was a girl.
During his speech at the RNC, Donald Trump, so Hulk Hogan just spoke at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. And here's a clip that kind of sums up how it went.
What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother?
This is the Republican Party, everybody. This is what they're doing over there at the RNC. Oh, and just
and
a jackass.
Yeah.
They hired Hulk Hogan to do what he's supposed to do.
Thank you. It's
exactly.
Look, you could say whatever you want about him. Although I grew up as a fan of Hills, Ric Flair, but he is a cultural icon.
Yep, and that's why they got him there.
For younger boomers and older Gen Xers.
Yep, and even older millennials too. Because look, say what you want about Hulk Hogan talking about that he can't wrestle and all that bullshit. I'm sorry, Hulk Up kills all that.
Look,
Hulk Up never gets old. I can go back and watch that now. Go ahead.
AB, look, Hulk Hogan. And then Dana White, the face of UFC,
exactly.
The epitome, the institution of masculinity.
Well, I mean,
in America,
what Hulk Hogan, like, you could get a wrestler, they're going to physically decline, but what they're never going to lose is the other half of wrestling, which is the presser, the promo,
yeah.
Like. You're not going to lose that. Like, Hulk Hogan can give a speech. He can run for office. Heck, who's it? Ventura's in office, or was. Come on, man. Come on. You
know who's the mayor of Knoxville, Tennessee right now, don't you?
Kane.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Kane.
Yes. He won twice.
Oh, wow.
This is his second term.
Knoxville County.
Yeah,
and
Glenn
he had
Jacobs.
A mask the whole time. Impressive.
Yeah, Glenn Jacobs is the mayor of Knoxville County. In fact, shout out to the Undertaker. He got his own podcast now. He was talking about it.
Yeah.
Well, I first of all, you don't even have a convention to rival this one, and you don't even have a candidate. You're not even sure who the candidate is.
Mm-hmm.
Not only is it borderline incompetent, but it lacks what people are looking for in modern day culture more than anything. Entertainment value.
And I'm going to go out
looking forward to
and
it. Go ahead,
Passport. Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to go out on a limb. If Trump wins, and if he ends the situation in Ukraine and Israel, and all he has to do is make the economy better than what it already is.
Right.
What he was talking about with the inflation. And all he has to do is just do a little bit, just a little bit for the minorities.
Yeah.
The Republican Party would dominate for the next few terms.
Well, the Democrat. I mean
the Republican. The Republican Party would dominate.
What is the message that the Democrats have to offer that is going to outdo that? Like,
if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black.
Well, yeah. What sexual freedom? Like
Project 2025.
Like sexual freedom. What else? Like
abortion rights.
I'm trying to think of something that's going to affect people outside of that the Democrats champion that the Republicans don't.
Really, it's abortion. That's
Yeah,
the
that's
only
about
thing. And I was having the discussion with one of my hardcore Christian friends. He's hardcore. He's so hardcore. He believes that if a woman is great, she shouldn't get AB do the AB. But
Yeah.
I said you gotta fail to realize you have women for the past 50, 60 years and women growing up during this time. That's a right they're not going to get rid of. And they
right.
would start giving it to states' rights, not making it federal.
Yeah.
That would be the
I mean,
only thing I could see that would be the downfall to the Republican
And
Party.
actually, to Donald Trump's credit, he paid attention to what happened in 2022, and he told the evangelicals behind the scenes, "Shut the fuck up about this nationwide abortion ban."
well, I'll tell you this much: we can talk about the child deletions all we want to. If the economy is better, they're going to tell those chicks to be quiet and go sit down in the corner.
Yep.
Seriously. Like if the inflation comes down and the prices get a bit more affordable and average people start being able to perform more America than they were before, they're
Oh
gonna say,
yeah.
hey, listen, you single chick who wants to jump in out of bed with the guy you choose to, go do that over there. I'm trying to raise a family in this country over here. So please leave us alone. We don't care what you do with your whatever. Heck, you're in your 50s anyways, 40s, 50s anyways. We don't care. But guess what? My family has 5 voters. Yours has 1. Who wins that? That's what's coming. That's what's coming for all of these single women. That they got 1 vote. 1.
Mm-hmm. Oh please, fast forward. I'm surprised you ain't done the story on this, or if you had, I haven't seen it.
Oh no.
These heifers are losing their college football. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Man, look, I was looking through.
I was rolling. I was like, wait, what? College football started. I'm like,
man,
y'all,
that
you
TikTok
bitches
is
are
wild.
that annoying that these dudes would rather play college football? Damn.
TikTok is wild. It's just a whole bunch of dudes playing college football, man.
Yeah. Shoot, right enough. That might be my next project. If I earn enough money, man, get an Xbox, Xbox Series S or S, and get college football because I used to do my game back in the day.
I'm just really surprised at how little of a pulse the Democrats have on just. I'm an Xer. I can see it. Like you want to get young people out and about. You need to get some. I mean, Amber Rose is a reach, but get somebody they know.
Yeah.
Speak at a party of excited young people.
Somebody that's not a hoe, like Cardi B.
Well, it doesn't matter. People know who she is. So there are going to be some chicks that are going to say, I know who she is. I rock with her. I might vote just because she's there. But if you're not even going to have a convention, you don't even have any energy to throw at young people.
They're not even going to have a live convention. They're going to have a virtual convention.
Oh my God. Who's?
Hold on, wait. Let me say it again. Y'all heard me correctly. They're going to have a virtual convention.
Man, oh man.
A virtual convention.
God almighty. I ain't never seen nothing crazy like this, man.
Oh,
man,
on top of I haven't even talked about how the fact that Brandon Johnson is clearing out homeless people in Chicago for the convention. Calling himself trying to clear out homeless people for the convention. Like homeless tents and stuff, and then kicking people out of shelters and shit. I was like, okay.
Well, let me ask you. I'll ask you both a question. Do you think they should put a convention together after watching this, or do you think they should just concede and just not have one?
I don't know. We'll have to see what this clusterfuck looks like. It's gonna be a clusterfuck either way. So at this point, I'm like, cause I'll just tell the truth. Back in 2016, and this is how I honestly feel. I held my nose and voted for Hillary Clinton, and to this day, I still can't get that stench out of my nose.
Man.
I still can't get that stench out of my nose.
At the end of the day, when you want people to vote for you, you got to give people a reason to get up, go down, wait in line to the ballot box and vote for you. Like you can't do the fear stuff that the Democrats do every 4 years.
God.
Every 4 years. If you don't vote for us, it's going to be the end of democracy. Look, man.
That's what you said in 2016.
You always say that.
Yeah.
Come on, do better than that.
My ancestors didn't die for Roland Martin and Buck Davis for Hillary Clinton. I showed that earlier.
Oh gosh, I gotta watch Roland. Oh my gosh, I got a whole. Oh my gosh, man. Look,
And what were you saying, Roly Poly said earlier, Lewis?
Lewis might be asleep.
Oh,
Adrian, AB, you got to do some like reactions to like political pundits melt. Oh my gosh, there's gonna be so much. Oh, there's gonna be so many meltdowns.
You know what? That's not a bad idea. I might do that on Saturday. Do some reactions. Do some reactions to like somebody like Rachel Maddow.
Roland Martin's gonna melt down. Rachel Maddow's gonna melt down. What's her name? Joy Reid is going to have she's going to go nuts. Oh, was it Morning Joe? They're going to melt down. Oh, well, I don't even know who's on CNN anymore. I haven't watched, but CNN's going to have a whole list of meltdowns.
Yeah. You see what? You see how this clown got himself in trouble? Oh crap! I don't have his picture up here. Give me just a second.
Who?
You hear about what this clown did?
Oh, I heard he said something crazy, and the dude tried to get him to take it back, and he wouldn't do it. What's his name? I was watching. What's his name?
Destiny.
No. The dude, he's got like 4.3 million subs. It's like Blyland or something, Bayou or something like that.
Oh, okay.
He was talking to Destiny, and Destiny said something relatively sharp. He's like, "Are you sure you mean that?" He repeated again. I was like, "Hey, man."
Basically, what he said was, "I don't feel sorry for that firefighter that died during the Trump rally." And he said that, if you die at a Trump rally, I'm just going to laugh at you on Twitter the next day. I was like,
"That's
okay.
exactly it. That's it."
And he's losing money because of it. He got kicked off Twitter. I can't find him on YouTube. I can barely find him on TikTok.
He's off YouTube? Oh, wow.
I think he's still on YouTube, but I haven't seen anything from him. But Twitter demonetized him, and he fucked around and found out.
Well, you can't say. I mean, and this is one thing that I'm noticing about the way people are reacting to all of this is that even in the 80s, you might not have liked Reagan, but you talked about Reagan like he was the president of the United States. He's the president. People say darn near anything about the president right now. It's wild.
Oh yeah, they're saying stuff like, they should have hit him. They should have. Don't make that miss next time. You're like, are you crazy?
You can't say that. The president, whether you like him or not, should be someone that's revered. I mean, would you in the times of Rome go out into the streets and say something ill about Caesar? Of course not. Why are you doing it now?
And I kid you not, if we go over to TikTok, these people who have Trump derangement syndrome, man, those people are possessed. I mean, you can see it in their eyes. I'm like, what is wrong with them?
Well, more than that, though, is that everybody that supports Trump can see and save all of those TikToks. And guess you better believe that they're gonna save every last one of them and track down every last person that said something ill about their guy and make sure that those employers see it. These people don't get the ramifications of all of this. Like, he's the president, but he's not my first choice. But if Donald Trump is a president,
he's not my first choice either.
President Trump. He's President Trump. That's what he is. There's nothing else. That's what it is. You don't talk about the president like he's not the president ever.
And say what you want about Trump, this speech was very presidential.
It was a good speech. Let me rephrase. Mm-hmm. It was a good speech for modern America.
Yes.
Right? It's not like it wasn't like a John F. Kennedy like talking on communism speech. It's nothing like that. I mean, Trump is not capable of that speech. But it is a good speech for we want to be excited about where America is, where it's going, entertain us for an hour and a half, and Trump gives them that. He gives them just that. I mean, Kamala Harris can't do that. Kamala Harris cannot give a 10-minute speech that's interesting to the majority of Americans. She can't do it.
Without giving that crackle she calls a laugh.
Well, I mean, she's just not someone that most Americans can relate. Or let me rephrase. The majority of people that she needs to win the election, those people can't listen to her talk to them for 90 minutes.
Oh boy.
Not the way Trump did. She cannot entertain them that long. The only person in the Democratic Party can do that is Barack or Michelle. That's it.
Yep.
Nobody else.
And from what I heard,
go ahead.
And I knew Biden's campaign was in trouble because when I heard apparently Michelle refused to campaign for him, I was like, oh shit, they in trouble.
Oh, did you see?
I was like, oh shit, if Michelle if they can't get Michelle to say much, y'all in trouble.
Hey,
go
have
ahead.
You seen her TikTok? Have you seen Michelle Obama's TikTok?
No, I haven't seen it.
I'm gonna see if I can find it. I'll send it to you. But she's basically saying, this is not the guy to vote for. You cannot vote Trump. It's like it's basically a 1.5, 2 minute TikTok, basically saying this is not the president for you to elect. You can't, basically straight talking to voters, right?
Well, yeah, I expect that from her.
That's the best they got. That's the best they got.
But the fact she won't go out on the campaign trail and speak for them, like, like they're in trouble.
Man, they're beyond trouble. They're beyond trouble. I mean, like you're gonna probably start seeing some sixes in some polls, AB. You're gonna start seeing some sixes.
Sure.
You're gonna start seeing some 60% on polls. You go to like Florida, I'm sure you're already seeing it. You're probably seeing it tonight. Texas, Florida, like the flyover states, you're probably seeing. You're gonna see 59-60 by
because we got some people still talking about this is James gonna take Texas, not this election.
That border, next issue. That border, please. Come on, man. Come on, dude. That's a no-go. That's a joke. I just wonder who they're gonna run in 2028, because they don't need to run nobody this year, because they're gonna lose. Period. It's over.
Well,
July, August, September, October. That's 3 months. 3 months in a week, couple of weeks. Yeah, man.
Oh, peace, good brother. Art, I just went over Trump's speech at the RNC. I played almost the whole thing.
Maybe Art's vote could be the one that's gonna save California for him, because man, California, man, I want to watch him.
You know who BGS voted for last time, don't you? In 2020, he voted for Kanye.
Right? Yeah.
He said he saw Kanye West's name. Like, shoot, I'm voting for Kanye West.
Man, I'm starting to wonder what states Biden can win. Like after California, after New York, you said New Jersey. Like after those, Michigan, I guess. Which are the states that he 100% can?
Maybe if Gretchen Whitmer comes out strong for him, he might have a chance in Michigan.
They should have ran her, to be honest.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things. I have to look a little bit more in her history, but I've heard a lot of good things about Gretchen.
But here's the thing about Michigan. Michigan has a huge Muslim population.
Oh yeah.
And what Biden has done.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah, with the Gaza Strip. Right. Yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah.
And look, and did you listen to really Trump's speech today compared to when he ran the first time? He was talking about Muslims. He ain't say shit about Muslims.
Nope.
He was talking about unity, and he said, if I was there would be no situation over in the Middle East.
That's right. That's right. He did back off of that. That's right. Astute. Very astute.
Because look, who's the new boogeyman? The illegals. Like, look, I'm in Jersey. Next door, where you had that illegal immigrant that raped that 13-year-old girl.
He highlighted that straight out. He said the University of Georgia chick. Yep. That's right. And I don't shucks. I mean, gosh, they need a rebuttal tonight. The
Oh wow.
Dems, they need somebody on social media right now. You're gonna have a whole like 8-hour
They
tonight
probably do have
cycle of people
somebody.
breaking
I
this
just don't feel
down.
like looking it up.
I mean, you shouldn't have to look it up. It should be popping up on your feed.
Right.
Like you're gonna have 8 hours of people breaking down and reposting and all of this Trump stuff. It's gonna be flooding social media tomorrow. And the Dems are gonna have what in the morning? Like I could run a campaign better than this. Come
Hey, you know
on,
who they
man.
need to hire though? For real though, you know who they need to hire, and he's a staunch Democrat. Since Hulk Hogan showed up, you know who they need to hire, right?
Steve Austin.
Is he a
No,
Democrat?
no, I think Steve Austin's a Republican. So is the Undertaker. Jim Cornette.
Oh, honestly, unless you're a hardcore wrestling fan right now, Jim Cornette is irrelevant.
Yeah, you gotta get Stone Cold to come out and say Joe Biden, like that might help, but I doubt he'd do that.
No,
Because
they're
Steve Austin is more of a libertarian because he's for same-sex marriage and all that stuff. So
that sounds about right. That sounds.
yeah, I'm sitting here looking at Twitter. I'm not seeing anything.
Look,
Yeah,
everybody's shook.
That's a big miss right there. Like they gotta have somebody out there like fact checking his speech or rebutting his speech or something. They ain't got nothing.
I'm gonna tell you what they're gonna do tomorrow. They're gonna because you know how Trump is not the greatest orator, so they're gonna make fun of how his delivery is, and they're gonna probably the only thing they could probably fact check is say when I was in office, I had the greatest economy ever, but we all know. Look, Donald Trump's weakness is that he's a braggadocious megalomaniac.
Yeah,
and that's part of his character, and everybody knows that. Everybody, even the Republicans listening to that, they taking that with a grain of salt.
But how about this though? What if that's the kind of president that America needs? I'm not saying it's good for America. I'm saying it fits America's
Well, that's why
psyche.
he won last time.
Yeah, exactly. America's braggadocious. Who's more braggadocious than Trump?
Don't nobody say shit. What's going on there? Oh, excuse me. Don't nobody say shit.
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, I caught the end of that RNC inaugural acceptance speech. Yeah, can you say shoe-in? He's a shoe-in. He's
a shoe-in.
A lame shoe-in. A lame duck shoe-in. Yeah, let's be factual and actual about this.
Well, you want to know? You want to know how when I knew Trump was going to win? And I had said, I think I said this in your room or when I was on Art New Styles panel. And I was talking about, this was months ago. This was, I think, May. This was either May or June. I'm in the store. It's first of the month. And I had a bunch of elderly black women complaining about the price of food. And you know what their talking points was? You got money for Ukraine and the prices of this food is sky high.
Oh dear.
That's when I knew. Look, you're gonna have people going to the poll, Biden. But when they close that curtain, they're probably gonna vote Democrat in a local state. But with president, they're gonna hit Trump as a protest vote.
Mm-hmm. They're going to hit Trump out of hopes that he's going to get the inflation down.
Yeah,
don't let him get that inflation down. It's a wrap. Like I said, the Republican Party will dominate the presidency for a couple of terms.
Right.
If Trump could pull it off.
And I'm looking at MSNBC right now. I'm not seeing anything live whatsoever.
I mean, they got to know. They know it's over. They know it's over. You can't put a hothead somebody on that air live right now that's going to say something stupid about the guy that's about to be the next president. You can't do it. What can you hit Trump on from his speech? And if you do hit him on it, your rebuttal is who? Ain't no rebuttal. Ain't nobody else. It ain't Kamala. It ain't. Oh man. Oh, they got caught with their pants down. Like they don't even have someone rebutting the speech tonight.
Hey fellas, will y'all please stop disrespecting the vice president? It's Cam-A. It's always has been. It always will be. No respect for that boy, Cam-A.
Well, I mean, all these women out here talking about she gonna be president. How's she gonna be president when she can't win an election? Who's she gonna beat? She can't beat either of the candidates on the Republican ticket. Neither of them. She can't. Like the only way she could win office is like by something that follows the lines of what the Constitution says. Like that's how she can become president. Other than that, she's not winning a popular vote, and she's not winning electoral college against. She's not. She can't do it.
Well, Humphrey Post didn't disappoint. They're calling his speech bottomless Trump, rambling, weird, extreme, and loony. I'm like, okay.
People still read Huffington Post.
But you know what? If I was a Democratic strategist, honestly, and let's be for real right now, the economy is an uncertainty. And plenty of people said this over and over on your show, and even when BGS talked. This economy is going to be a shit show, whoever wins. Yes. If I'm the Democrats, you know what? We'll take the L. We're going to see how this economy is. And most likely, the economy is going to be real bad. It's just the reason. It just is what it is. Yeah. And come 2028, like, look, you got the man in office. He ain't do nothing. It's bad. And I just go off for that. You know what? We had our run. Take the L and wait and see. If they're smart.
I haven't been following the congressional seats up for the election, but like, what is the likelihood that the Republicans take back one or both of the houses? Like, is that possible?
From what I've heard, very likely they're definitely going to take the Senate. There's more Democrats up for re-election, and it's actually a possibility now they can take the House.
I mean, if they get both houses, and then they go on they could go on like a historical 2-year push of, I don't know, the Project 2025. I don't think they even care about that part. But in terms of economics, they're going to probably do a lot of stuff that's going to.
If they improve the economy, Democrats are in trouble.
Well, they're going to do traditional Republican stuff for 2 years, and that's what the real folly in running a campaign this bad is if you say you care about all that stuff as Democrats, then you should have a bleeping proper campaign, man. At least to save the down ballot Democrats. Like this is like, be careful with my words. This is kind of like taking a number one on the guys down ballot. Like I think it's Raphael Warnock is on my ballot this year, or is it the other guy? Is it God dang it, I forget his name, the Jewish guy. But I mean, this is not helping them at all. It's not.
Hey, I just popped on Facebook. Robert Reich is talking about in RNC 2024, the late great Hannibal Lecter. Because you mentioned Hannibal Lecter, giving an analogy. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, if I'm a down ballot Democrat, I'm pretty pissed. I'm livid right now, boy. I bet there's some real hot candidates right now. Like y'all ain't even gonna have a convention.
The way they've screwed over people, shit. Uh-oh.
Well, they better hope the backlash just stays with the presidency.
Right.
Because AB, are you able to pull up what governors and congressional and senators are up for election too?
What site would I pull that up on?
Just type in Senate and Congress seats and governors that's up seats are up for 2024.
Yeah, I know in the Senate there's a bunch of Democrats up for re-election.
You might have a red tidal wave.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. By the way, I got 19 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show. But yeah, I know there's a lot of Democrats up in the Senate for re-election, and it's looking like the Republicans are going to take the Senate. I don't know who's going to be the leader of the Senate though, because the turtle's stepping down.
Well, I mean, I don't think it matters that much if they get that 51st seat in the Senate. The Democrats are going to be treading water for 2 years. Like, they can't do anything, nothing, even about the little pet projects like the freedom to delete the little young ones. Like, they can't do anything about it except moan and groan. And most people, if you're going to the supermarket paying $5 for a gallon of milk, do you really care?
Nope.
Do you really care about that? Young girls and women that aren't married care about that. Most other people out here trying to survive. And if they got kids, they want their kids to be integrated into a healthy country. They ain't worried about all that stuff.
Yep, not every young person has college debt, so.
Mm-hmm.
Something else they ain't thinking about.
Nope. They're gonna get back in that bootstrap and say, "Are your kids willing to work hard? Are they willing to get a job, retrain, skill up? No. Well, then why should we help them out?" Going right back there.
Part of Americanism is that Protestant work ethic.
Mm-hmm. And if you don't have it, why should the government bail you out? You ain't no bank. You no bank. You just a regular person that don't want to work hard and didn't contribute to my campaign. Let me see. Let's see. I think, isn't there a site called something? There's it's called 502.com or something. I forgot the name of that site.
Something like that.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up right quick.
But yeah, JD Vance was a good pick for Trump, in my opinion. He's young and he could probably help him win the Midwest.
But you know what the Republican Party got to do though? Because I was watching the Young Turks, and you had that Nick Fuentes that was talking about JD Vance with his Indian wife.
Yeah.
But think about it. Look, Trump's wife is a non-American woman, and JD Vance's wife is Southeast Asian.
Right.
They got the Republican Party got to put that white nationalist wing on check.
And yeah,
tell them to keep their fucking mouth shut.
Oh, it's 538. That's it. 538. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can put it up. 538.com. Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy.
538.com.
So Trump is nationally polling at 42.
Oh, snap. Did that in the wrong. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, good. You said 538.com?
Yeah, just Google 538. And not numbers, like letters. Type it out in letters.
Oh, okay. Let's see. 5.
Yeah, 538 has been really accurate for quite a bit about elections, and they're showing like consistently Trump has been polling above either Biden or Harris basically for the duration of the year. So good luck with that.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, let's see. Let's do this. 538.com.
I'm sure the Republicans, because I'm sure the Republicans have a plan for kind of mellowing out some of the more radical. I mean, they've done it before. They want to be in power, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they get in power and what you can kind of sort of see it now. They're kind of courting like Indians, like South or Indians as in like South Asians to be Republicans. Like it couldn't. I mean, it's pretty obvious now, right? I mean, you're gonna have the first or second lady is going to be an Indian lady, right?
Right.
They're clearly courting that vote, and so if that's going to be like the upper class of the outside people, I don't know, whatever you can call it, like they are leaning Republican clearly.
Right.
Indians are. So the question is, who are they going to make an attempt to get some Latinos in the party in a certain way or not? And I'm almost certain that he's going to have a couple of keyed up Latinos in his cabinet to show, like, you know, that voting demographic that we're taking seriously. And I'm not talking about like liberal type people. I'm talking about like he's probably going to get some like hard nosed like Christian, maybe one or two guys, right?
Right.
And say like this is the kind of guy that we want representing us in this party, right? And it spells trouble. I mean, a masculine, non-afraid, I guess, kind of like a mannish guy or two.
Yeah. Also, I think another advantage that JD Vance brings, believe it or not, is his beard.
Yeah.
A lot of dudes have beards, and you know that's something we haven't seen a dude, you know, and you know I think that beard helps him with his look.
And they're gonna bring those half black kids on stage at when he's on his next rally or whatever. That's gonna and that's gonna hit some people too.
So yeah, like you said, I didn't think the Democrats would be this flat-footed and unprepared.
Oh, they got. I mean, it's almost like an NCAA game where one team came in thinking like they were going to win the game and didn't even practice.
But this is what happens when you fail to adapt.
Yep.
You don't keep up with the times, and you constantly take your voting base for granted. Look, and you know, and I'm gonna say this. I'm going. You know who is you could say is the unsung hero of the Republican Party? Greg Abbott. When he sent all those fucking illegals to all these states,
and
gave every look, it gave all liberal America, because you know, look, everybody, like especially young people, are very progressive and compassionate. But he said, "Oh, you want these illegals? We're going to give it to you. We're going to put it in your face." And look, like I said, you had that young girl. I hope she gets the treatment and the proper therapy that she needs to recover. That was unfortunately sexually assaulted. And then you had that girl in Denver that was essayed. You have that stuff that's going on in Chicago. And who's the governor of Arizona? Because it was Texas and Arizona and Florida that was sending all the illegals all up to these Democratic states. And they're the unsung heroes of the Republican Party.
Whoa, what the heck happened there? What the heck? Look at this. I'm looking at the end of 538, right? So July 16th, plus 2% points for Trump. And then July 17 is like plus 2%. And then 18, it jumps from 2 to like 3. It dropped a whole percentage in 1.1 points. Like that looks like a recent update. Like that might be because of the convention. Like that's a whole percentage point in one day. Oh wow. Yeah, you're right about them making that, them getting that on television of all of those immigrant or I don't know, migrants, whatever, and having those cities deal with them, and then having those, dude, Lewis, did you see how hot those city panels, those city hall meetings were?
Oh yeah, I've been monitoring this for the longest. Because look, look, the economy's bad. See, look, immigration is something. Illegal immigrants is something that can be tolerated if the economy is good. But when we're suffering, and you got the American population being constantly gaslighted on the news every day, we're sending tens and hundreds of billions of dollars every week.
Yep.
You know, Ukraine is getting this many billions of dollars. People are struggling. The honest, regular American is like, do I pay my light bill or buy food for the family?
Exactly.
Do I pay my light bill or do I pay my rent? Where I'm at, everybody got scooters and bikes. People can't even afford used cars right now.
Yeah,
You got
cars are
people.
absurd.
You got people. I know a bunch of people that are doing Uber Eats to supplement their fucking income.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Absolutely. You remember that story with the Terrell Davis yesterday? The flight attendant got really pissed off at him. Basically, like he sat down. He said, "I want some ice," and like he touched the guy on the shoulder, and the dude blew up, and they called police and all that. Would you get that blown up if you were making enough money from your job as a flight attendant? Would you do that?
No.
They should be celebrating. They got something to celebrate.
Thanks so much for joining us and staying up late with us tonight. Let's get right into it. What were your takeaways? Did Trump hit the right notes this convention speech?
This is the Hill.
Yeah, well, it was fact. It was the longest. We'll have to get some polling whether it was fun. 30 minutes. Look, empathy. That's the only word I can describe. Believable empathy from former President Trump. That is a different look from him, and it's gonna resonate with voters. Obviously, you saw it in the crowd. The last half hour, 45 minutes of it was the normal red meat, which is what has made him famous and what is going to resonate with some of these red meat voters that he needs to turn on these swing states. But by and large, look, this was a well-run convention, and this was a speech that was a little bit different for Donald Trump, and people are going to take notice.
Scott, one thing that was interesting to me is that this night had, a number of divisive figures, in the lineup, very, some bombastic figures. I mean, you had Hulk Hogan at one point, and then he was followed by Franklin Graham. And then, of course, you had, Mike Pompeo, Tucker Carlson, an interesting cast of characters. But we know that going into tonight, the theme was supposed to be unity, and how Trump was, touched on unifying America. In fact, he said, "I'll be president for all Americans." Scott, do you think you can see him continue to lean into this messaging going forward, or is this something he's just doing for the time being?
Look, we've seen this in speeches before from him. Remember back in his first term, it's like, is this the night Donald Trump became president, or is this the night he became presidential? If he's able to keep this tone, this is the unifying tone he's looking for. This will be a different look for him. This is what has traditionally won, presidents like Bill Clinton, king of empathy, George W. Bush, compassionate conservatism. Whether he'll be able to keep with it, I'm not sure. He says he will. Look, we are less than a week away from his assassination attempt. That certainly can change anyone and possibly him. But, unity is what it was, and that's what that building felt like, and that's what this broadcast felt like.
The juxtaposition and the comparison between tonight's Republican convention, or I should say this week's Republican National Convention, with Democrats could not be any more stark. You have this very, arguably a well-run Republican Republican convention. You have a very unified Republican front in Milwaukee. Former President Trump's primary rivals coming out to endorse him and give their full-throated support. But then from Democrats, you're continuing to see this drip, maybe, a potential dam breaking of major, Democratic figureheads like Adam Schiff, for example, congressman from California.
Sorry, that's. But that's the hill,
Tomorrow's gonna be an interesting day. It's gonna be a very interesting news day because either you're gonna see like meltdowns or you're just gonna see concession. You're gonna see one or the other. I mean, they know it's over. I mean, it's not like Donald Trump was like he's clearly seasoned as a problem, when he made that reference about the God reference, almost to kind of signal like he's becoming a bit more religious, like that probably that was like I think that was like the dunk that cements the 20-point win, right? Like you have the Christian conservatives that don't really like him all that much, but they're taught to kind of forgive and all that stuff. And they say, if Trump is going to be our guy, then we'll roll with him.
But here's the thing. He could go off and think about it. One of the problems that you had the evangelicals that they had a problem with Trump was his ego and everything. And now he's sympathetic from a near-death situation. Yep. Oh. I wouldn't be surprised.
Jesus moment?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's where, it was a come to God. He played it real well. Got a little emotional.
Yes, he did.
When he was talking about it with the bullet, with all the bullets whizzing. There was a lot of bullets going everywhere and all that stuff. And here's the thing. And I think if Trump is smart, one of the mistakes he did with his first term, he had a lot of extreme right-wing nationalists. And one of the things that hurt him in his first term was all those knuckleheads in Charlottesville.
Yeah.
And he changed everything up. And now everything it's like it's the perfect storm. Who's the boogeyman now? The illegal immigrants and the economy. If he addresses that and does nothing stupid, he's set. Yep. And guess what? And then you got J.D. Vance that'll be 43 come 2028.
Well, and not just that, but just like the Democrats lean on Obama anytime they need anything. Please come talk to these people. Come talk here. It's going to be Trump for the Republicans. Like, Trump, please. We got this new candidate. Could you?
Have anybody heard anything from Bill Clinton?
Nope.
Nope.
He is quiet. That's a very interesting question.
No, because remember, they brought Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's speech cemented Barack Obama's second term.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
Nobody heard nothing from Bill Clinton.
Nobody. He is incognito. He is nowhere to be seen.
Nope. I haven't heard anything about Bill Clinton.
Great question.
Wait.
Great question.
Yo, you want guys like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, do a super chat. You're not hearing this nowhere else. Help AB. He needs a new microphone.
Yeah.
Microphone fund. Oh my!
Fantastical.
But no, I haven't heard anything from Bill Clinton.
I mean, I think maybe he knows that it's unsalvageable. Don't put your name anywhere on it, and maintain your brand. And when it's time for me to come out and support someone worth supporting, then he'll expend the capital. But what they got right now is a ship without a captain. Like, I'm just the symbolism, like not on on a meaningful level, just as a visual. On one end, you have a healthy president that survives in an attempt, and he's boastful and he's talking about basically a come to God moment. and then the other president is coming down with COVID and no mask. When his whole campaign was based on COVID and wearing masks, and it's just
on top of the fact he had to stop campaigning.
It's just oh my gosh.
Wait. Have y'all been monitoring the RNC the past 3 days thoroughly? Was George W. Bush there?
Nope. I don't think so.
What was any of the old neocons there?
No.
So that means the Republican Party, they're rebranding their whole image.
Yep.
And that was noted. They said Mike Pence wasn't there. Liz Cheney wasn't there. So.
But do they need him?
No.
Do they need him there?
No.
They don't. I mean, as weird as it is to say, I wouldn't say Trump is the party, but he's certainly the energy of the party. No doubt about it. And if they can get Trump to
Mitch
play
McConnell
ball,
got booed.
Well, he's like, you could put Mitch McConnell in the same boat as fucking Joe Biden. Get rid of all these old dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
And I implore you, watch the TYT is from yesterday. They interview with Charlie Kirk.
Oh, really?
Listen to the interview with Charlie Kirk.
I was watching Charlie Kirk stream right after the thing happened with the president or the former president.
No, Gene Kruger and Anna interviewed him and Rudy Giuliani.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, his stream during the right after the attempt, he had 140,000 people on Rumble watching him.
Oh, really?
Yes, on Rumble. On Rumble, 140K.
I gotta get election day off from my job.
Oh, why? It's gonna be over by like 8:00.
Nah, but do an election stream.
Oh, yeah.
Election stream party.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's gonna be some tears cried on that night.
Yeah.
They should already know.
I just looked at Baldhead Reed's TikTok. She ain't came out with nothing yet for this for Trump's speech.
See this. I know they are freaking out. The Republicans are they're light years ahead of the Democrats in branding. Gosh, can you imagine if they didn't have Barack Obama? They would be in like a historical low right now.
Let's see. Interesting. I'm not going to play that one, Lewis, but I want to see what they said about Joanne Reed right here.
There it is.
All right, let's see.
The RNC.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me pull it up. All right. Let's share screen.
Donald Trump is an elderly man who, for whatever reason, was given 9 seconds to take a iconic photo op during an active shooter situation. Weird situation. We'll figure that out one day. But his survival of that and bouncing right back and going right to his convention is being conveyed in the media world as a sign of strength. This current president of the United States is 81 years old and has COVID. Should he be fine in a couple of days? Doesn't that convey exactly the same thing?
No. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
I mean, are you serious, Joy? Are you serious? I mean, these MSNBC hosts look totally unhinged. Several of them, including Joy Reid, were questioning if the event was staged in a sense. They're like, oh, it's a really weird coincidence. What's going on? And look at what she said. For 9 seconds was allowed to do a photo. He's the president of the United States. He just got shot. And
former president of the United States.
Yeah, I got you. But the former presidents are still called president.
Right.
And so you're begrudging him putting up his fist after he got shot. First of all, that's just nuts. Second of all, any of these things like, oh, isn't it curious how they stage things? No, you're egging on people on your side to think crazy things.
Conspiracy theory.
Yeah, Michael Steele did the same thing, again, on MSNBC. They're starting to really sound like the MAGA version, on the Democratic side, for sure. And then what kind of lunatic thing is it to say, oh, you got COVID, you got shot, it's the same thing? No, it's not. I had COVID a couple of weeks ago. It was a normal cold. So look, COVID now is, especially if you're, I get it, he's 81, and it's a little bit more of a risk. And God knows what happened. I hope nothing happens to President Biden. And something could happen. But getting a cold is not the same thing as getting shot in the head. Like, you're embarrassing yourself by saying ridiculous things like this. And unfortunately, Anna, they've kind of trained their audience to want this. They want some sort of criticism of Donald Trump under any and all circumstances. But guys, there's a billion things to criticize him on policy and the other crazy stuff he does. And when you criticize him on those things, you lose credibility when you also criticize him for how he got shot.
Thanks for watching. Our audience has helped build TYT into the media giant it is today. Together, we can accomplish.
Yeah, like you said, Passport OG, this is going to be interesting to see tomorrow. All the fallout. And the coping.
Oh, it's going to be all the cope. It's going to be a ton of cope tomorrow.
I'll be interested to see what they're going to say about Joe Biden tomorrow. More Democrats come out and say Joe Biden needs to drop out.
I mean, at the very least, there should be a stream of someone watching the speech and debunking it. Somebody that we know, right?
Right.
So that at least there's someone out there real time saying, hey, no, that's not it. No, this is wrong. You can't let this float around social media for 8 hours unchecked. Like, you're giving away the election. You gave it away to everyone that's under 40. Unbelievable.
Speaking of which, let me see if our butthurt Blue fans in the manosphere are saying anything.
I mean, I don't know what you could say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in a time, inflation where it is, and everything's expensive, and I don't know what you can say.
Oh, the Mississippi jackass did cover it. I ain't gonna play it, but he covered it.
Interesting.
But he did a stream earlier, like a day before, talking about how Trump's rhetoric is the reason he got shot. Yeah. Him and the Gones crazy ass.
No, I wouldn't make light of that situation. I definitely wouldn't.
Yeah,
I would not make light of that.
He proved how much of a piece of shit he is to me, so I'm not surprised.
I mean, Trump's followers are going to support their guy. That's why you shouldn't say stuff like that, because Trump might not come after you. His supporters, they might. So I ain't got no heat for that. No. Joe Biden ain't saving nobody from them jokers. Nope.
So you asked for a rebuttal. That I know that's still going to be definitely rebuttal, but I don't want to play his shit on my channel.
Well, that's a rebuttal for a very small group of people. There should be like a Barack Obama rebuttal. People will watch that, but Barack Obama knows it's a sinking ship. He's not putting his name on this. how about this, AB? What do you think is, I almost want to go and look in the gambling site and see. How long do you think before there's a new candidate in the
Good question. Well, if he drops out by the weekend, I don't know. Who they pick? Who who would take up the mantle? You have to wait and see.
Kamala?
Kamala?
Gavin Newsom and Whitmer.
Possibility. Like I said, everything's up in the air. I would say, after the Trump got done with the speech, I would say, wait to see what Biden's gonna do in his speech. But I don't even know if Biden's gonna be the one speaking at the convention.
And not to be funny, Biden might not make it through COVID. If he has COVID and it's real, that man all messed up.
Yeah.
Not to mention how if hopefully he makes it through it, but how is he going to be on the other side of COVID at his age?
Good question. I don't know.
The latest Democratic odds, it says Kamala Harris is minus 188 to be the Democratic nominee.
Wow.
Joe Biden plus 200. So looks like they think that Kamala Harris is going to be the candidate. This is Bet Ohio. I wish I could find better one this week. Let's see. Let's go check the big boy. Big boy.
Let's see. I'm not gonna share it, but I am gonna see who shows up on his panel.
These Las Vegas, they know the odds. They probably already changed the odds, probably in the last 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
See what Bet Online has to say.
Yeah, I'm listening. Now people into the Mississippi jackass, but
His sentiments, not mine.
Uh-huh.
Come after me. Oh, come on.
But yeah, I'm about to shut down, fellas, because I need to go to bed and get some rest.
Well, good one, AB. Appreciate you having us up.
Not a problem. Been a heck of the stream. Damn, just made it past 4 hours.
All right, be easy.
Yeah, man. Rest up. See you tomorrow.
All right. I'd like to thank everybody that came through. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.
Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified the next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83. And I'm out. Peace.
Peace out.